Well, well, good evening. It's Monday, and we are back making our game. Yesterday, we did a lot of stuff. Let's run and get a rundown of where we are. What did we add yesterday? Well, we've got a little rat running around. Pretty cool. Multiplying. Go forth and multiply. We've got our little stick. Which is terribly animated, but it does exist. And we can splat the rat. Pretty cool. Let's kill the rats. Let's just get them all out of here. Come back, rat. I think we got him. Nice. Then we made this thing. Our vacuum. For sucking up rats. Which is pretty neat. It will suck up dead rats. Yoink. But it's full up. So, then we need to be able to empty it. What's cool about this, though, is it doesn't only affect rats. So you can pull other stuff. Like you can sort of pull this lever with it. Sort of. And what's really cool, well, sort of cool, is you can drop it without turning it off. And it'll even suck the player in. Pretty neat. So, that's the gist of what we did yesterday. I added post-stream. I added something. Something that should be here. Maybe it's all the way down here. I'm gonna sneeze. Ah. Ooh. The old preemptive sneeze. Yeah, I added off stream something that's not working, but I think it's not working because of this. Yeah. This needs to be like, well, it can just be off for now. Good to know. So I added this little bar to the backpack. Okay, rat, I don't want you to multiply too much. Nice. See, it fills up. Fills up with rattage to let you know how much rat you've collected. Pretty neat. So the idea there is you will collect biomass and then you'll be able to deposit it somewhere. We'll have a depositing place where you can put your vacuum and deposit anything you've kind of sucked up. And that could be pretty neat. I thought I fixed this. I did fix that, but I only fixed it. I didn't really fix it. I need to go into this, do that, do that, do that, do that. That's a lot of changes to the door. I'm going to apply them all and hope that they're, you know, stuff that I did want applying to them all. I think they are. And I think I can revert all those. Yeah. Nice. What? Oh, okay. I see. Because I swapped it back to the prefab, they lost their lever. So let's just give them their lever back. I guess he didn't lose his, which is kind of weird. Cool. So, today we are going to add stats for the player. Very important, kind of. By stats, I mean hunger, maybe thirst, and the need to poop. Stamina, maybe stamina. And that will be pretty cool. And then we can make it so our vacuum It's a nice little trick there. We can make it so our vacuum can vacuum up any of the material types. Potentially. Instead of it just being a rat vacuum, it can be a vacuum for any material. Maybe within a given size limit. Or something. That's the plan. And then I want to make it so that our guy can poop himself. And then we can clean up the poop using the vacuum. Maybe have a big central storage for resources. If we can get that done, I'll be a pretty happy bunny. So, to begin with, we need a new object called player stats, maybe. Yeah, player stats will do. Which would live... Go away, sleep, keep on. Which would live in player. So let's make player stats. Which will have hunger, and hunger percent, and max hunger. And hunger percent will be hunger divided by max hunger. And then for good measure, we'll have poop, max poop, poop percent. Nice. Then, on update, I guess we also want a poop time to poop in seconds equals 10. Every 10 seconds we need to poop. I know that's excessive. Current time to poop. Time to poop. No, current time to poop. Minus equals time delta time. If current time to poop is greater than 0, is less than 0, or equal, I guess. Current time to poop equals time to poop in seconds and poop. And poop will this isn't what I want. Current time to poop. No, I want to build up poop. Yeah, this is wrong. Poop. I can't. This dot poop plus equals. Max poop divided by time to poop in seconds. I think this dot poop is, so I don't need current time to poop. This dot poop is greater than, I guess I can just say if this dot max, no, yeah. This dot poop is greater than max poop. Public void, take a dump. And don't need that. And take a dump will set poop equals 0. Nice. I will be right back. I am back. Not been feeling too peachy today, but that's okay. Okay, so that is pretty neat. I think instead of hunger, no, maybe hunger's fine. No, hunger's not fine. I'm just gonna call this biomass for reasons that will become apparent one day. It's the name of the resource, right? This dot biomass minus equals max biomass divided by time to hunger in seconds. Let's make that 60. If this biomass is less than 0, starve. Cool. So, we're probably going to want, like, dare I say it, a health stat. And it's really starting to look like these should be their own little class. We'll probably do that. But for now, well, for now we won't. Yeah, that's fine. So, what's next? Next is implementing take a dump. What does take a dump need to do? It sets poop to 0, and it needs to create a poop on the floor. I know, but it does. Let's nuke this player stats object. And let's just put it on the player. Why not? Max poop is 10. Max biomass is 100. Biomass is 100. Max health is 50. Health is 50. Let's just run that and see where it breaks. Clearly there's something wrong with my calculations. I think I did a divide instead of a times. Or I missed off time, delta time. Maybe. this dot biomass equals max 0 this biomass. Yeah, sure. Hopefully that ticks up at the right rate now. Looks like it is. Cool. So, we need visual indicators for those. But first, let's make us poop ourselves. For that, we need a new sprite, which can be 16 by 16. And let's make a mess. My poop dipped in Mama Liz chili oil. I'll be honest, I'm not really sure what I'm doing with this whole poop thing. But I do think that straight line doesn't work. That'll do. Mm-hmm. Da 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 da. This might be excessive. Nothing better than a bit of excess. Just a little bit. Perfect. Let's export this as... Where would this live? Resources. I know poop as a resource is a bit weird. But, you know. It'll all make sense. Poop dropped. Let's run our little thing. And let's create a game object. called poop. Which will be on the floor. Nice. Does it need to do anything else right now? No. Let's prefab that. And then player stats needs access to poop prefab. We need to instantiate the poop prefab. Hello, non-com. Good to see you again. And that might be all we need to do. So let's see. Well, it crashed. Oh, of course it crashed. I never actually hooked up the prefab. Oh, public. I didn't make it public. So it might seem like poop is just a jokey around thing to add. But I think it's actually going to be quite an integral mechanic. Five, four, three, two, one. Kind of looked like he vomited that up. Oh, it's putting them at the origin. It's putting them at 0, 0. That ain't right. Aha. There we go. So then we can update the vacuum to also clean up poop. That'll be pretty good. And then we can create a storage device that you can offload them into. Where are you, poop? They are getting created, I think. Can't see them. Are they under the floor? Under the floor. Under the floor. Do 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 do. 3, 2, 1. Poop. It's a simple life. Making your guy shit himself every so often. Obviously, we change the frequency. Then, we need to make it so they can be sucked up by the harvester, the vacuum, the whatever. I think I need to tone down these rats. Why did it crash? It's really shitting without the glorious fart sounds. No, but I haven't got any audio yet. I'm not worrying about audio yet, but it is a valid point. Why did that crash? I've never seen the metal pipe crash before. Probably won't be able to replicate it. Come here, little rat. I know you're there somewhere. Aha. Yoink. Nice. I like how it sucks us in if we don't turn it off. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. Right. I don't know why that broke. Not like I even did anything crazy. All I was doing was hitting rats. Oh, I tried animating the arms earlier, by the way. It was not a success. I'm just going to ignore that the rat broke for now. So, poop needs a collider, which is a trigger. We don't want it to block you. And it needs a rigid body. It can have a massive one for now. That's fine. Cool. Then I'm going to commit this stuff. Added poop. I've actually added a lot more than poop, but whatevs. Resources. Poop. I hate this crap. I hate that when I do that, and then I do that, it decides to shrink my poop for no real reason. Then I have to do that. Hello, Markinos. So, let's add a poop class. I probably want to make this a bit more generic in the future. Make like a resource class that they inherit from, or they just have the component. Because a rat is a resource, a poop is a resource, and it's going to get more complicated the more resources we have. So we should have a generic solution to the problem. But for now, poop amount. And I think that might be all it needs. I think that might be all it needs. For now. I got big plans for these poops. But for now, I think it just needs poop amount. Which can default to 1. Then now we should be able to suck the poop around. Look, rat, just die. Aha! We can suck the poop. Should it leave a smear on the floor? Absolutely. Is it going to? No. At least not yet. So that's pretty cool. Now we need this thing to be able to absorb said poop. And for that, I made some tweaks to the vacuum off stream. I added this bio storage. Okay. I added this bio storage, which is this thing. And it fills up as it fills up with rats. So we can make this more generic, so it can be used for poop as well. We would do that by probably renaming it from bio storage to resource storage. Because it's very generic. So let's call it resource storage. And hopefully renaming that didn't break anything. Cool. So then we can say, as well as bio storage, can you have we could kind of have them layered for now. For now, we'll just do that. Which I know is not ideal. We need to update the background to have two of them. But whatever. And we'll call this poop storage. And poop storage should be like brown. Nice. And then the vacuum, as well as having bio storage, needs poop storage as well. And that needs to do that. Yeah. And then here, we just need to check if it's poop. If it is, add it to the poop storage, destroy the poop. And it should all just work. But let's hook up poop storage. And then let's do that. What am I coding? A vacuum cleaner for cleaning up poop currently, which is going really well. And handle poop encounter will basically be the same thing. So we'll try and find a way to make that more generic. It's not biostorage, it's poop storage. We're not checking for a rat, we're checking for a poop. We're not adding to biostorage, we're adding to poop storage. You love my voice, LMAO. I don't really know how to take that, but I'm going to take it as a compliment. Even if the LMAO implies it's not. I'm going to anyway. Okay, let's kill a rat, otherwise it's going to get out of control. Come back, rat. Oh, shit. Got him. A little bit of rat. A little bit of poop. A little bit more poop. A little bit more poop. Gronky says, I like this. Good. I like it as well. And look, if we put it on the ground, we can stand over here, and each time we take a dump, it'll automatically suck it in theory. Well, look, the great thing about theories is sometimes they're wrong. But it should do. I'm very surprised that it doesn't. Yeah, look, it did. I mean, it didn't pick it up, which is a bit weird. I think it's because we're not carrying it. Nice, look at that. We can only fit one more poop. Then we're screwed. Poop is going to be a resource in this game that it's going to be what I'm calling a negative resource. So you got your positive resources that you need for keeping these guys alive, which is your nutrients, your coolant, your whatever. But then there's going to be the negative resource of poop, which these guys will generate. And instead of having to find it to give to them, they're going to give you it, and you're going to have to dispose of it. But the idea is, you won't be able to dispose of it early on. You'll have no way. So you'll have to like store it in barrels and like leave them around the place until you find a means of disposing of the poop properly. So it'll be kind of, you know, where can I put these poop barrels? But then later, you'll be able to use them to, I don't know, do something. Should be pretty cool. But that seems to be working, which is neat. Job well done. Poop is done. That wasn't even that hard. That only took us an hour. Pretty pleased with that. But we do have the problem that the vacuum fills up, right? Yeah, exactly. You could use it for fuel. You could use it for I was going to say fertilizer, but I don't think I want to put farming in. But you could use it for... Yeah, you could burn poop, maybe. To get power. We could have a poop generator. You feed it poop. Yeah, poop is flammable, right? They use it, or they used to use it. Yeah, but I think there'll be other uses for it. I'm just not sure what they'll be. You'll be able to refine it. Maybe you'll be able to, like, put it in a machine that converts it into nutrients. So you can start feeding your sleepers their own poop. It, like, distills out all the nutrients that are left. Because there must be some. But I think that'd be late game tech. Otherwise, the whole poop being a negative resource doesn't work. So it needs to remain negative for a while until it becomes too annoying. And then you give the player something where it's like, all that poop you've been storing up and getting annoyed with, here's a use for it. And they'll be like, yes, finally. And then they'll want poop. Then they'll want poop. It'll totally flip it on its head. They'll be like, this poop is a right pain in the ass. And then suddenly they'll be like, I need all the poop. It'll be pretty good. In ancient India, they did use dung as fuel. Yeah, I think I've read about it in a few books. Mostly fantasy, but, you know. That still counts to an extent. I'm sure fantasy folk do their research. Cooking poop seems reasonable. As long as it's dried. So, we need a way to offload the vacuum into a larger container. But we also need a way to signify the player's stats. So currently the player has two stats, right? They've got hunger and poop. Now I don't want UI. I am anti-UI. So I need a in-universe way of displaying how hungry the guy is and how close he is to pooping himself. Because we are going to have to make a toilet. We can't just have shitting yourself all over the floor be a normalized thing in the game. We should have a toilet, and if you use it, then you don't have to go around cleaning up your own poop. I think that's reasonable. But we need, like, central storage for nutrients and poop. Which I guess... Do we need central storage yet? Or do we need... just... What we really need is a device that you can take the vacuum up to, and it'll take the resources that are in the vacuum, and it will transfer them into, I don't know, buckets, giant vats. Sadly, with the top-down view, it's quite hard to do like barrels and show how full they are, especially when I'm anti-UI. But life finds a way. So, this is pissing me off. Let's update this. Mm. 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 Where is it? Oh, it's here. This isn't strictly accurate, right? If we look in game... Oh no, I guess it is. Cool. We need to update the actual backpack part. So that both of these storage things fit inside it. Which isn't a huge deal, but we do have to do it. I feel like I should extend it further out, but I'm not going to, because I can't be arsed. I guess that can just go down. What? Riddle me this. Never mind. Unriddle me that. I know why it happened. Da da da. We'll make this backpack look better one day. But for now, it's serving its purpose. We need to export two copies of it. One with the hands. And one without the hands. We need to make an actual dropped graphic. Like when it's on the floor. I think it looks okay when it's on the floor, but the backpack straps should probably be, I don't know, not going straight down because it makes it look like a table or something. When it's on the person, it looks okay, but yeah, it looks alright for now. That's my philosophy for all the art in this game. It looks alright for now. Because I'm not an artist. In fact, you could say I'm really bad at art. I've never done any art before, so I'm just making it up as I go along. So I'm like, you know what? It's good enough. But some of the stuff where I've been like, it's good enough, over time has actually become pretty good. Like, I really like these machines, for example. I think they're pretty good. And I think the sleepers are alright. Everything else is open to debate. But those two things, I'm like, you know what? I'm actually pretty happy with those. Considering I'm not an artist at all, those machines look pretty great. Yeah, I think they do. Used to do pixel art. It's my first time really doing it. I've never been an artist. I've always been terrible at it. I'm a programmer at heart. Like, I just can't do it. But I think it's more of a... I don't think it's I can't do it. I think I didn't have the confidence to even try. I feel like now that I'm starting to try, and I'm not letting myself get demotivated, I'm finding that as long as I put the effort in, I can make something that's at least passable. And then over time, that will expand. That's the hope. That's the hope. Right. Let's just check that that's working with the new sprites. I'm tired of killing this rat every time. I think I'm just going to take him out. Permanently. Okay, good. Still working. I love that you can pull the lever with the vacuum. Not fully, but you can... I like that it responds. I think it adds to the feeling of this being a really strong vacuum. I think it's pretty neat. I need to fix this issue. Hey, look, you can use it to keep the door open. Normally, right? That's like a little side effect, beneficial side effect. I need to update the collider on that. But it's a little beneficial side effect. Normally when you pull this, it closes too fast for you to go through the door. But if you set up the vacuum, it's not strong enough to pull it open. But if you pull it open, it's strong enough to keep it open to let you through the door. Look at that. Yeah, being able to put down the suck thing could be useful. Look at that. That's like a genuine use for it. That's really rad. I love just stumbling upon things like that I can use. That can be a puzzle. Well, I say a puzzle. I don't know if I mean puzzle. I don't really want puzzles, but I guess conceptually there'll be puzzles. As in, oh shit, I can't get into this room. Well, you can do this. But I guess there'd be multiple ways to solve it. Like maybe you could jam something behind the lever. You could probably put like a dead rat there. Can you drag the poop? You can drag the poop. Let's go! Dragging poop around doesn't really make much sense, but whatever. I've not taken it out. I guess because poop doesn't have a real collider, it's just got a trigger. You can't use it to block the lever. But you could use other stuff for it. You could maybe use the iron bar. Yeah, you can. Look at that. Nice. Very cool. Anyway. I don't know what we just changed there, but let's commit it, whatever it was. Oh, it was the new backpack. And the ability to vacuum poop. Added ability to vacuum up poop. Nice. And you see how handle poop encounter and handle rat encounter are so similar? I need a parent abstract class that both poop and rat can implement, that has what kind of storage they are and how much they give. But we'll do that later. But just to be aware, we do need to do that so that we don't end up with handle something else encounter, handle another thing encounter. We don't want that. So we'll make it so that a single function can handle any encounter. But not yet. For now, next up is some way to take the vacuum and empty it into... So I want global storage. I think global storage will be quite useful. And global storage, I guess we'll have to have a big resource room that has global storage. Or maybe it's spread across multiple resource rooms. But I think there'll have to be the concept of a storage room where you'd basically have giant vat of nutrients, giant vat of poop, giant vat of coolant, and they represent the global storage. And maybe later you can unlock extra global storage rooms, and then it just gets equalized between them. So like when you double, if you have one storage room and you fill it up, but then you unlock another one by gaining access to it, doing something, whatever, then it'll split the storage between them both, and that'll be pretty neat. And then we can have outlets where you can, as well as putting stuff into global storage, you can take stuff out of global storage. And then you'll be able to start prioritizing, like, this room has all of my important sleepers in it, the ones like I care about. So I'm going to prioritize that one getting the stuff from global storage. And then we can make it so that if the poop global storage fills up, it sprays poop everywhere. And poop will have a negative effect. I think if there's poop on the ground, maybe the rats multiply faster. I'm trying to think of other things the poop could do. I guess it could slowly degrade your health. Oh, for the rats, I also want to make rat nests. Currently, the rats just run around, like, they just go from node to node. But I would like to make rat nests. Because currently, they're super random, right? They just pick a random node on the grid and they go there. Which is fine. But I kind of want it to be more localized. So there'll be a rat nest object and they will look for a node within a given radius of the rat nest, I think. And then if a rat nest ends up having too many rats, it might spread and create another rat nest. And that'll be how the rats spread through the ship. Instead of currently, they literally just pick a random spot. So I think rat nests would be quite good to implement. Instead of them just being super random, give them a bit of structure in their lives, you know? I'm going to have to deal with the rat problem one day. Namely, if there's too many rats, it does kind of kill the frame rate. But only when there's loads, but still, it will become an issue. But that's just an optimization problem. I don't worry about optimization problems. Premature optimization is a bad thing, in my opinion. You can get lost in the weeds. Deal with it when it's a problem. So, maybe we should make global storage. I think we should. Because then we can make it so that you can take stuff to global storage and insert it, and you can also take stuff out of global storage. So let's make global storage. Which means, as much as I hate to say it, it means we're doing some art. I'm not entirely sure what global storage should look like, but I guess we'll need... For now, I'm going to make it 128 by 128. And... Well, actually, I can use this guy as a baseline. I think a global vat being this guy's size is maybe reasonable. So I can use him as a baseline. He's 96 by 128, I believe. He is... How big are you? Yeah, he's like 96 by 128 is close enough. Sure. So, we want to make a vat. I'm not sure how we're going to show its fullness level, because we're not viewing it from the side on. Normally, a vat would be like, you know, da-da-da, da-da-da, and then you would just fill it up over time by, you know, filling it up over time. But considering we're viewing it from the top down, that doesn't really work, does it? So... I mean, it could kind of work. In a similar way to how this works. I think as long as it had a plunger at the top and it was shown, maybe it has a plunger and like a piston coming down through the middle. And it'd show it filling up. It'd make partial sense from a top-down view. Then the tubes come out the front. And when you want to get some, it gets squeezed out. Like a syringe, you know? They'd be kind of like giant syringes. Gronky says, I would actually play this game. It seems hella fun. It will be hella fun. It will be really creative. The intent with this game is to make a game I would want to play. And there's so many games out there that I play and I'm like, oh man, I wish this was less restrictive, or I wish this did this, or I wish this did that. And then I was like, sod it, man. I'll just make the game I want to play. Because I did a computer games technology in university. That was the name of my degree. I learnt how to make games, and then I worked at a games company for 2 years before I had enough of it and decided it wasn't really for me, that corporate environment. And so, you know, I'm qualified to make games, is what I'm saying. I have the qualifications, quite literally, to make games. So I thought, sod it, man, I should actually do it. Yeah, exactly. It does make sense, right? You could make a super noddy game like. I'm always hyper ambitious, but I'm well aware that you could make a really simple game and people would play it. But I don't have the motivation to do so. Exactly. It's all about motivation, right? It's all about motivation. I wouldn't have the motivation to just make a game that other people would enjoy. And it'd be so easy to make a game that other people would enjoy. Like when you look at games like Vampire Survivors, like that is such a fucking easy game to make. And that's why there's so many clones of it. It's such an easy game to make. But would I ever make a Vampire Survivors game? No, because I'm just not interested. It's like what happened with Binding of Isaac. Yeah, exactly, right? That's what happens with a lot of those games. Like, as long as the person making it enjoys it, it'll be Gucci. So hopefully this will be Gucci. Hopefully. Hopefully I don't get caught in the weeds. The other problem I have when I make games is I have a habit of making them. Every game I want to make is too complicated, and I end up getting caught in the weeds. But this time, I'm trying to discipline myself. I'm only adding functionality that meshes with all the other functionality. Although I say that, I did go off on a fluid dynamics spree last week. And I don't think I'm even going to use the fluid dynamics. But I did make an amazing fluid dynamics system. And I could use it. Rivers of poop would be really great. So maybe it wasn't a waste. But it was an example of me focusing in on one thing and being like, this is going to be really cool. And ignoring everything else. To the hindrance of the game, I think. Especially as I didn't have a use for it at the time. But I do kind of want to use it for vacuums. So having hull breaches. Having it suck stuff towards the breach. Maybe rivers of poop would be kind of cool. So we might use my fluid dynamics at some point. But for now, let's get back to what we were doing. I think the syringe idea is fair. I think if we treat them as syringes, we'll be in a good place. Yeah, breaches would make sense, right? And I do have all the code for it. And it works. And it pushes the physics objects in the path of the fluid along with it, which is a really nice touch. It's a really good system. However, it's very computationally expensive, even if it is only 150 lines of code, which is actually super efficient coding. But programmatically, it's expensive. Right. I think the front of it should be like a vault door, almost. Not really a vault door, but like a valve. Like, let's just see what happens. That's my go-to approach with pixel art. See what happens. Yeah, it's not round enough. The old see what happens routine. Uh, uh. I think I haven't given myself enough space at the bottom. That's fine though, because I can move it up. Please stay centralized. Okay. Da 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 da. Cool. Relatively cool. Cool enough. Cool enough is all I ask. So this will be like the front. We'll have like a maybe like a wheel on the front, like a vault door, or something that can be pulled to release the thing. But for now, let's just make it be that. And let's just kind of YOLO some stuff in. Da 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 da. Sure, that's fine. It's one of those cases where I should probably only draw half of it. I'm sure you can set it up to do like mirroring or whatever. But I don't know how. Yoink. Sure. So then We're just going to stick with the approach. Don't think about it too hard. Just make shit up, see where it goes. We'll focus on the bottom half first. Then we can tweak the top. And I think these... I might let you move them around like the sleeper caskets. Like eject them. Maybe. Maybe. That'd be quite good. Colours. I'm always terrible at colours. I always just pick grey. Literally every time. If in doubt, make it grey. That's my philosophy. And then you can colour it in Unity. Hmm. So, the other thing I want is... Let's call this the... top. And I want a... something. I don't really know what it'd be called. And we'll keep it basic for now. But it's going to be like a syringe. The inside of a syringe. Essentially. And it'll go up this way. And the fluid will build up, and then this thing will be able to push the fluid out into tubes that will maybe come out the side, or come out the front. Maybe they'll come out the front, or they'll come out the side. Or if it is being held inside a socket, the socket will insert tubes into it. Something like that. Also, this should be more rounded, but we'll deal with that. Yes, so this something should be pretty cool. In theory. We should never see these edges, so I'm not going to worry about them too hard. That'll have to be infinitely long, so we actually want this to be all the way down. And then we'll sprite mask this. Cool. And a colour for it. You know it, I know it. It's going to be dark grey. With this being an even darker grey. And we'll add shading or whatever at some point. Mm-hmm. Mm. 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 Perfect. That's good enough. Cool. Then We need the top to look okay. We also need the fluid itself. Which I guess will be attached to this thing. So I think this thing might have to be twice as long as this. So it can have the empty portion and the full portion. And then we sprite mask it with the top. And we just render, you know, this. And then move it through the sprite mask. So let's ignore that for now. And let's focus on making the top look okay. I want to give it like a glass cover as well. And I want the view into it to be kind of a rounded viewport instead of being the entire thing. But for now, let's focus on making this a bit less straight. Just a little bit though. We don't want to go too crazy. Sure. Then the inside will probably want to be curved as well. A little bit. Just a little bit of a curve. Well, I say a little bit. I think I'm actually going to make it quite extreme. Well, I say I'm going to make it extreme. Maybe I'm not going to make it that extreme. I don't know. This is fine for now. Yoink. Oh shit, where does this go? Guess it goes there. Yeah. Should have deleted the left side first. And then we need to curve the top half. which I don't really want to just be a mirror of the bottom half. I think the top half should be a lot subtler. I also think the front should be more curved. That's fine, we can do that. We've got the space for it. Yeah, I just want the top to be mildly curved. Same with this. Sure. Sure. Not happy with that, but it'll do. Maybe I am happy with it. Yeah, that's fine. It looks very similar to our sleeper casket. But that's fine, it's on the same spaceship. If they look alike, maybe that's reasonable. Let's curve this some more. This doesn't feel positioned right. It's definitely not positioned right. Look, gap of 2, gap of 3. Something is different. Also, I don't like that. Something is different from this side to this side. This has an extra one of these, I think. Is that true? No. Okay. Didn't want to do this. How are you still off? Oh. Cool. Then we need to pull this guy in. Sure. QL. Vaguely QL. I think I might make the inside slightly less curved, having looked at that. Maybe like... maybe that. I don't know. Currently we're just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. Changed my mind. Right. That'll be fine. Then I want a cover, which means the top is not actually the top. It's the pseudo top. And the cover will be, you know it, you love it, a very subtle grey. With an alpha. We'll probably put wear and tear marks on it. You know? Give it a bit of life. The ship is supposed to be falling apart when we wake up, so having wear and tear on stuff will make sense. I can just use fill, can't I? Nope. Okay. I've never tried this tool. Looks like it works though. Cool. The hell is that? Lasso. Polygonal lasso. Yeah, fair enough. Mm-hmm. This needs to be just a little bit wider. Ooh, just a little bit. It doesn't actually matter if we make it excessively wide. It's going to be sprite masked out anyway. Cool. Then we just need the fluid. I mean, you know, it's going to need embellishing for sure. Sweet, sweet embellishments. But for now, it'll be fine if we create the fluid. Hey, something. Can I steal you? I'm going to make a new sprite that's twice as high. I'm going to put this guy at the top. Are you centralized? No. Yes. Maybe. Could go either way. Okay, good, you are. Cool. So then we just need to do we want it to be white. Just this. Which I know might seem crazy, but that's what we need to do. And then we'll probably want to, I don't know, put some sort of stuff in it. I'm not going to worry about it too hard just now, but we'll probably want to put something in it just to break it up a bit. Doesn't really matter. We'll just want to break this texture up, add some noise, maybe add some particles in it. Thing is, all the materials aren't fluids really, but maybe they will be. I guess they kind of can be. Except that we're going to want like mechanisms, but maybe they're stored separately. Let's not worry about them for now anyway. So, let's export this. Oh, and then we need one final thing. We need, so this is content. We need one new thing. Actually, we don't need it there. We need it in the other one. I guess we've got the cover. The cover will work. So let's export this. We're going to put this in... Shit, what would it come under? Resources, resource storage. This is the storage contents. Then this is the storage cover. This is the storage top. And we don't need to export something. Cool. Now we can actually make our storage. Happy days. Let's do it. Uh-huh. I need to run my little tool on these. Cool. And then you can have the top. And then we need content. Which might look crazy, but that's fine. Then we'll add another object called the cover. I'm not really sure what layer they'll live in. I guess I should create one. These layers are a mess. I'm gonna have to clean them up at some point. And I want these in their own layer explicitly because of the mask. Which we add to this guy. And we say your mask is... Where's storage? Your mask is the storage cover. And you've got a custom range. You only affect resource storage. You just do -1 to like 100, whatever, for now. And then all we need to do is say content, you're visible inside the mask. Then we can just change the color of the contents to be... Well, okay, I might need to make the glass a bit more transparent. I think the glass needs to be more transparent. which is fine. I mean, it looks pretty damn transparent. Hello, Kasky. Thank you very much. Even if luck does imply a lack of agency, I'll accept it. Why contents? Why? Why are you limiting that so hard? I uber tanked the alpha. That being said, no, I guess it is doing something. That's as alpha as can be. Maybe I should just alpha it. Using this. Seems to work better than actually alphaing the color itself. I'm not really sure why, but it does. 26 is my go-to amount. Cool. So now we can make this have like tubes and stuff, or pistons or something coming out of it. So it looks more like it's being pushed. I feel like that needs more alpha. More alpha! More! Yeah, do you want to be 10%? I mean, it's a cover, right? It doesn't... It's supposed to be see-through. Let's go all in with the 10%. Okay. Well played. That's because of this, the alpha cutoff. Yeah, it should actually be 0. No, wait, it shouldn't be 0. It should be just anything below whatever. Cool. It's starting to be okay. We can make it be poop by browning it up. don't know. We'll find a good poop colour later. And then when that fills up, uh-oh, there'll be a disaster. Poop will start spraying out of the machine. Maybe it'll start seeping from the walls. I'm not sure what we'll do when the poop container fills up. Cool, so we have that. That's nice. Now, we can say 1.375 is it being full. And 1.9375 in the negative is it being empty. I'm not going to remember those numbers, but we can come back and check them. So, let's commit this because it's going to break. Added resource storage sprites. Whenever I tell it to show me all folders, it goes mental. Let's include this guy. Let's exclude these guys. Let's accept the fact it's going to break. Let's undo this. And let's add resource storage. And I think I can basically steal the code from the vacuum, which also has resource storage. We don't need that. We do need that. Yoink. They're basically the same thing, so I should probably just have the same class that they both implement, but whatever for now. This is a straight up whatever situation. Except this is going to read it from global storage, I think. Hey, Mr. Tools, good to see you, man. Best stream title. Oh, man, you haven't seen it then. You haven't seen the poop. Don't worry, you'll get to see it soon. Yeah, this should really be reading it from global storage instead of its own storage. But for now, we'll just leave it reading it from its own storage. Who cares? We just want to check that it all plays ball. So, its x is going to be 0. Yeah. And its y is going to be awkward. Its y is going to be, what was it? Negative, I'm going to have to check it again. Negative 19375. plus empty ratio times, I guess it's full ratio that we want. We don't care about empty. Percentage full times whatever the difference is between this and this. Obviously, this isn't good coding practice. But in the words of me, who cares? I guess this cares. Cool. So then we give this guy resource storage, and then he needs... Why does he need the container? He doesn't. He doesn't need that either. Oh, they're from the other thing where I have to change the layer based on whether it's equipped or not. Look, resource storage. You don't need these anymore. Have I given you the wrong resource storage script? That's why I shouldn't have two of them. That's why I really shouldn't have two of them. But you do need to be a mono behavior. So we do need to make them share a resource storage script, probably. They are doing the same thing, basically. They just have different sprites. So you need the contents. You need a capacity, let's make it 100. And your current amount can be 0. Let's just run that and see how it goes. Gonna be honest, I expected that to move. No, I didn't. Well, I did, but I was wrong to do so. Poop in storage, sing this song, doo-da, doo-da. Poop in storage, doo-doo-doo, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Okay. Mm. I know it's not the most amazing thing in the world, but you know what? It does the job. Have we been repeatedly shitting ourselves? We have. Oh look, you can grab a living rat. Well, 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 Mr. Rat. Where do you think you're going? Okay, you can go free. Grab a rat and take him home, take him home, take him home. Grab a rat. Death to the rats. They're out of control. Oh my god, we've got dead rats, we've got poop. Nice. So now we need a way to deposit the poop and the rats, I guess, in central storage. Hey, Mr. Tools, did you know? You didn't know. You can put the vacuum down and leave it turned on, and it will actually suck you towards it. Which is pretty cool. Not the most useful thing, but it is pretty cool. You know what's even cooler? Oh, I want to get through these doors. But these doors are opened by this lever. Ugh. Ugh, I can't make it in time. Whenever I release the lever, they close again. Oh, this is a disaster. Maybe I can use this to open the lever. No, I can't. It's not strong enough. Yeah, but what if I open the lever? It's strong enough to stop it from closing. I can go through the door. Huh? Huh? Pretty cool. I don't have a vacuum. All I've got is this stupid metal bar. Well, maybe, just maybe, the metal bar can stop it from closing. It sure can. Pretty good, right? That's an emergent mechanic that I didn't design, but it works quite well. We're still pooping ourselves every 10 seconds. Ugh. Ugh. Get out of here. I like plugging this guy in. I don't know why, there's something really satisfying about it. And then I like ejecting him. It just feels nice. It feels very tactile. Anyway, that's where the poop mechanics are at. So now, these things can basically be like sleeper caskets, right? As in, you can drag them around. You can drag them around with their stored resource, whatever it is. And you can plug them into stuff. So when your poop storage gets full, you would have to unplug poop storage, go and put it somewhere in like a storage room, and plug in a new poop storage container. And that will be pretty cool. And then we can have various resource rooms where these are plugged in and they are connected to the actual rooms. So like biomass from storage will automatically get fed to the sleepers. Poop from the sleepers will automatically get fed into poop storage. But we need a way to empty our vacuum into poop storage. And that is going to be a very interesting problem to solve. Do we make it so the vacuum can be reversed? So you can spray stuff out of it? That'd be interesting. You'd be able to, it'd essentially become like a poop hose. And then if you actually gave poop a collider, you could start pushing stuff around with the poop hose. But I don't think we should make the poop hose, just to be clear. I think it's a bad idea. But we could do it, is my point. I don't think I want the poop to have an actual collider. But I can't quite justify my reasoning. It'd probably be okay, the poop having an actual collider. Yeah, poop attack. Then you could fling poop at the enemies. The only thing would be... Exactly, a station that drains the backpack. That's exactly what I'm thinking. You walk up to it. Maybe you lock in somehow. It locks you in place. Some tubes come down. They drain the resources from the backpack. As long as there's storage for them. You do think it'd be cool if you could reverse what you sucked up? Yeah, me too, actually. It'd be weird, though, because... well, I guess it might be fine. I'd have to create another graphic for biomass. Because once the rat's been sucked up, it's no longer a rat, right? It's just biomass. It's been converted into biomass. Which means you'd have to be able to spray out biomass. Which could work fine. But you'd also probably want to be able to choose between what you were spraying out. Because if you've got poop and biomass in your vacuum and you put it on reverse, I don't think you want to spray both out. You'd want to be able to selectively choose. And if we did that, then you really could just spray the poop into a collector, which would be a lot easier to do than having a station that you have to dock with to drain it, if you literally just sprayed it into it. Because then it could just check. Then, before you get the vacuum, you could actually clean up poop by dragging it to that collector. You know how you can drag stuff? You can drag the poop. If you didn't have the vacuum to hand, you could just literally drag the poop there one at a time. If you were so inclined, you technically could do that. If you actually sprayed the poop into the collector, you know? So maybe we'll do that. No, you can't knock the poop about. I think I plan on changing that though. I want to make it so you can hit anything. Anything that has a rigid body should be able to be hit. And if you hit something that has durability, its durability should go down. Right, I'll be right back. And then I think we're going to make it so that we can spray stuff. And I think I might give the poop a collider. I don't want to give the rats a collider, but the biomass could have a collider. And the reason for that is so that you can't spray it through walls. It'd have to have a collider so it can't be sprayed through walls. I might even give the dead rats a collider, because currently you can do this. You can put the dead rats in the walls. A live rat will never go into a wall, but the dead rats you can put in the walls. So I think I might have to give them a collider. Same with the poop. You shouldn't really be able to put the poop in the wall. Also, shitting ourselves every 10 seconds is a bit excessive. We'll obviously tone that down. Right, I'll be right back, and then we're going to make it so that this can spray. Although we are going to have to deal with the issue of how you change the mode, because think about this. Equipment currently is really simple. You equip it, you activate it. Really simple. Being able to reverse activate it, that's a complication of the equipment mechanics. It's not an unworkable one, but it is a complication of the equipment mechanics. But I do want to do it. But that means having another hotkey, which is fine. We'll also have to keep track of what's been sucked up. Oh, we do that, man. We do that. That's what these bars are. We're not going to keep track of what's been sucked up, but we definitely keep track of the amount that's been sucked up. And like for the rats, I think if you sucked up rats and they've been converted into biomass, when you expel them again, they're expelled as biomass, not as dead rats. I think that's reasonable. Because at that point, they've been converted into the resource, right? They're no longer rats. They are the resource. So if you expel the resource, I think that's reasonable. But yeah, as well as being able to reverse the flow of the vacuum, You'd also have to be able to change which resource is being expelled, which is potentially a third hotkey. 3 hotkeys for equipment. That's too much. Maybe I should make it so that the backpack can only carry one thing. Like, if you've sucked up poop, well, your backpack can only hold poop until you've emptied it. If you've sucked up biomass, your backpack can only hold biomass until you've emptied it. That could work. That'd solve the issue of eventually there being like 5 different resources and this thing having to have 5 of these coming out the back, which would be a bit mental. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back with some painkiller-aroos. So I think if the vacuum can only hold one type of resource at a time, which is reasonable, that brings us back down to 2 hotkeys. And for equipment, I think having the activate button is pretty good. Having a toggle mode button is reasonable. I'm not sure what other kinds of equipment we're going to make, but a toggle mode button for equipment that can be utilized could be useful. So like, I'm trying to think of other bits of equipment we're going to have and what examples of modes would be on them. Because I don't want to implement a mechanic just for the vacuum. But considering I haven't even thought of what the other bits of equipment could be, maybe there are multiple modes for other bits of equipment. I don't think the iron bar has 2 modes. Well, maybe it does. Swing left, swing right. If I'm making it be able to bash any item, swing left, swing right might actually be useful. Sod it, let's do it. If in doubt, do it. Eventually, I might want to have an indicator in the sucker that displays reverse suck. Yes, you're right, I would. I'd want some sort of indicator that said which direction it was going. Also, it means I'm going to have to create a second particle effect to imply blow. Maybe I'm not. Maybe actually the firing of the contents would be enough. Maybe I don't need a particle effect when it's expelling stuff. I really don't want to make another particle effect for blowing. Although, then you could use it explicitly for blowing. That might have value. In the same way that sucking had values that we didn't think of, like keeping levers open. Maybe blowing would have values that we can't think of. Yeah, if it's empty, it's just a blower, right? Yeah, it could be cool. It really could be cool. That would mean making the particle effect, but I'm willing to accept that burden. I don't think it'll be too bad. Okay, let's make it so that equipment can have a toggleable mode. So for that, first thing we do is we create a hotkey. Toggle equipment mode. I'm not happy about it, but I'm not massively unhappy. Toggle equipment mode can be, I don't know, E. Cool. So then let's make it so that equipment yeah. Equipment has a abstract virtual. You don't need to toggle mode. You don't need to implement it. But if you wanna, you can. Then player actions needs that new action, which we need to subscribe to. I used to find this new input stuff really confusing, but it's actually not that bad. um, there we go. Cool. Right, so now we just need to implement it. We'll start off by doing it on the pipe. There's a few things I want to do to the pipe. If collision has a rigid body, I want to go into die, and I want to steal this. And the death force is this. Now we can knock poop around. So that's pretty cool. And then yoink. If it's a left attack, multiply the force by -1. Now I just pulled all that out my ass, but it might work. I guess we'll see if it does. You know, in hindsight, I probably shouldn't have made toggle equipment mode and pick up equipment be the same key. I don't know. Q. Doesn't really matter, we can change it on a whim. Oh, I'm not enabling the action. I knew there was one thing I'd forgotten. There's always one thing I forget. And this time it was this. And this. It probably shouldn't be applying the force to me, to be fair. Kind of uncouth that it does. If anything, it should be applying the force to me in the opposite direction. It's working though. I know, I'm pretty great getting that working in like 5 minutes. I know. I would never say it myself, but I accept your praise. I know you didn't say it, but I know you were thinking it. Cool. It's a simple life. The feet spaz out a bit, but who cares? Nice. So now, you know how I said it shouldn't push us, but if it should push us, it should push us in the other direction. I stand by that statement. And then we can add reverse mode to the vacuum. Look, game, I'm not being funny, but I did explicitly tell you to ignore me. That's better. That gets rid of the feet issue as well. Oh, I tried animating the arms earlier. It was a horrible mistake. To say it didn't go well would be understatement of the year. Um, poop. Here, you can actually have a collider. It does mean that when we spawn poop, we probably want to spawn it behind the player. Otherwise, we might get some weird stuff happening. I'll probably want to reduce the mass of poop if it's got a collider. Yeah, maybe it's fine. God damn it. Mr. Tools says, Adam C. Eunice has some great Asaprite animation YouTube videos. Yeah, but you have to understand my philosophy that I don't really believe in YouTube videos, which I know is somewhat ironic. But it's true regardless. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on a wedding day. It's a YouTuber saying they don't believe in YouTube. I just want to leave him pooping himself for a while. You know, if the room filled up with poop, you'd be in real trouble. The rats are going to kill the frame rate. Yeah, I know, so many rats. I need to turn down the spawn rate. Something I mentioned earlier, but I don't think you were here. I think I'm going to make rat nests. You know how currently the rats are just kind of YOLOing, just picking a random node and going to it. I'm going to create rat nests, which are like the rats will go to a node within a radius of the nest. And then if the nest gets over a certain amount of rats, they'll move out to a new nest, and the nest will split. And then that will be a bit cleaner, I think. I think it'll be a bit better. It'll isolate the rats to given areas. And that means I can probably optimize a bit better by when we're far away from a rat nest, just turning it off. And calculating on average the amount of damage it should be doing. And then applying that damage just logically instead of the rats running around. And that'll be pretty cool. Certain materials could have a great chance at generating a rat nest. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I was thinking if you leave poop lying about everywhere, then there should be more chance of that stuff happening. Or if you leave biomass lying about, maybe the rats consume the biomass that's on the floor. That kind of thing. I think that could work. I love how he gets pushed forward by the velocity of his own poop coming out. It's pretty good. He shits himself so hard that it propels him forwards. pretty great. Yeah, it is explosive poop. Cool. So I need to make the we need to make the vacuum have a toggle mode now, right? And I'm going to make it so that it can only carry a single type of resource. This poop is out of control. Now I think you can use poop to... Oh my god, the lever's covered in rat bodies. Now I think you can use poop to force open the lever if you were pretty stubborn about it. Quite hard to do, but I think you could do it. It'd be very hard to do. Moving through rivers of poop is actually quite awkward. Maybe the player shouldn't be impeded by the poop. I just wanted to not be able to go off the screen. But I don't know if the player should be impeded by it. Probably not. Almost certainly not. You could end up getting soft locked by poop. Which would be interesting. Anyway. So, vacuum. You're only allowed one kind of storage now. It's like 10,000 poops when all you need is something else. I'll redo that graphic eventually, but for now let's just make it twice as big. And now it's been a long time coming. This shouldn't live here. It should live like arguably in the resources section. It's like poop in your vacuum machine. If resource type is none, then resource type equals type. Really? You don't just have a brown for me now? You son of a gun. I'm not sure this will be the final poop color. Cool. Really? What are you bitching about? Control cannot fall out of switch from final case. What? Why? Why do I need a break? You're literally the last thing. God, I hate switches. Whatever. Cool. Else, if this resource type does not equal type, return amount. That says, okay, you're trying to add an amount of this resource. If this thing is currently storing no resource, cool. Set it to be the type that you're adding and set the color. Otherwise, if you're trying to add a resource that is not your resource, you can't add it. So return the amount that was added, which basically says this couldn't be stored. So the way this resource storage works is if you try and add an amount and you add more than the capacity, it'll return the amount that you didn't add, which isn't going to be important for most things. But you know, it could be important for some things. Like power. And arguably it could be important for everything. So that's cool. Then I guess then what do I need to do? I need to do the same for a move. If this dot resource type equals resource type none, return I think this is wrong. Yeah, I haven't thought this through. Return 0. So if this isn't storing anything, then return 0. In fact, arguably, it's just does not equal type. If you're asking for a resource that isn't your resource, you ain't getting shit. So I need to rethink this. I basically just copied this method, but they're actually not similar at all. So when you're removing, we've now acknowledged that this is in fact the resource that you want. So we're asking for, let's say we're asking for 1 and there is 5 in it. We want to say, no, better example. Let's say we're asking for 5 and there is 1 in it. We need to say, okay, how much can we actually get? Well, if current amount is less than amount, less than or equal to amount, this current amount equals 0, amount to return equals 0, amount to return equals this current amount. That needs to go before that. So if there is less or just enough for what you're asking, we're going to give you everything we've got and we're going to set it to 0. Otherwise, amount to return is the amount you asked for. And we're going to remove the amount you asked for. And then, this dot resource type equals none. If you've emptied it, then your resource type is none. And we want to set the content color appropriately. And then we want to return amount to return. Right, that should work. But it can be simplified. Can it? Well, it can, but I can't be asked. That will work. So that's cool. Should work. Should work. Let's test it. There is no argument given. Yeah, I know. I know. We're gonna make this more generic. You know, I said for a while we should make this more generic. We're going to do so. But let's just make sure it works first. Now that we've done this, we can definitely make this more generic. Oh, of course. um, this is very temporary. This is uber temporary. And I actually mean that. I know a lot of times I say it's temporary and then it lives forever. I actually mean it with that one. Sort of. God damn it, now what? Oh, of course. I renamed it, so I have to reset it in here. Yeah, I'll rename this while I'm at it. There we go. Fourth time's the charm. This is actually the third, but I do believe fourth time's the charm. I don't think this one's going to work either. Why are you still red? Also, I need to fix that look. It flickers. Why are you white? It's quite fun trapping the rats in the vacuum. I like how it says try and destroy rat when it sucks up poop. Why are you white? It's one of life's great mysteries. Why are you red to start off with? Resource type is none. I know why it's red to start off with. Resource type is poop. So why are you white if resource type is poop? Because if resource type is poop, then it should be set in the colour to be that. Which we know is a kind of murky brown. What an enigma. Oh. No, that's fine. It really is an enigma. You know, we're going to have to add a hotkey for taking a dump. On command. Setting poop colour. But it's not the poop colour. Why aren't you the poop colour? It should be setting that. Contents. Content sprite renderer. Contents. Content sprite renderer. Color is that. We know it's doing this, which means we know it's doing this. This is the only place we ever set it to be white. What a mystery. It never sets non-color. It only sets poop color. So why the hell is it white? That shouldn't make a difference, but you never know. Let's try sucking up a rat and see if it turns red. It does. Let's try sucking up a poop and see if it turns yellow. Slurp, slurp, sucking up that poop. Tasty. It does. So why did my manual setting of the RGB... Oh, they're floats. That shouldn't make a difference, but maybe it does, because Unity sucks balls. I found converting ints to floats in Unity, it does not like it. Well, I guess that's not it. But RGB. That couldn't be clearer. That is not white. I hate you, Unity. Are you going to make me go like... No, that should really just be how you do it. That is for sure how you do it. So why the hell does it think this is white? It's a mystery. Well... Time to do my old favorite thing. Let's ask the GPT. GPT. G. Hello, friend. For some reason, when I do this, the contents sprite renderer is being set to white. That doesn't make sense. And if I do color.red instead, it will get set to red. What am I missing? I am having a colorful conundrum. That's really dumb. It's really dumb, but it makes sense. But rest assured, it is really dumb. Why, when RGB are values between 0 and 255, would you normalize them to 0, 1? Whatever. At least it'll work now. It's not even like Unity itself uses 0 and 1. Look, if I click on this, these ain't 0 and 1s. This is how it's supposed to be, 0 to 255. But then in the code, it's like, yeah, if you do that, I'm just not going to work. You need to do that. Which is stupid, but whatever. Cool, so now, hopefully we get our poop brown. Yes! And it won't suck up rats because it's already got poop. Very cool. Nice. So then, get rid of that check. Now, we want to be able to expel the stuff. And for that, I need, as well as poop, I need another one of these. But I'm actually going to change poop. Oh, I'm going to leave that there for now. But I'm actually going to create one that's just called resource. I don't want to just call it resource. Unity's like, resource is my word. So we'll call it resource object, which has an amount and it has a resource type. And then let's move that out. Cool. And then this guy, instead of taking this, can take a resource object. What? Oh. And this can, well, no, that shouldn't. That one's cool as is. You know, in hindsight, that one was also cool as is. because I might want to use it when there isn't an entity. Oh well, conceptually we could have, but we don't want to. So, the vacuum now can say if collision, no wait, resource object equals collision get component resource object. If resource object is null, do nothing. So if it's not a resource object, we don't care. But what if it is a resource object? Then handle resource encounter. Yeah. Cool. And then we can say if this storage resource type does not equal resource type, and this storage resource type does not equal none, return. Then we can steal this. Yoink. Then we can steal this. Except instead of rat, it wants to be resource. And this can be resource amount, resource type. Remaining equals. If remaining equals resource amount, then it didn't store it. So if it returned everything, then it didn't actually store it. And that should be cool. So now we should just be able to say handle resource encounter that. Then we can get rid of those. Then we can get rid of not these. Then we can get rid of these. And that should be pretty neat. So then all we need to do is give our rat and our poop the resource object component. We can remove poop script. We might want to bring that back, but we don't need it for now. We'll want to do this based on how much the guy's pooping himself, but for now we'll just make it 1. We might want to change the size based on the amount as well. Let's not worry about that for now. And then the rat is also a resource object of biomass. Now, I'm sure I've forgotten something. I've always forgotten something. Let's assume that I haven't. Let's see if it still works. Looks like it does. Sucked up the rat. Sucked up both rats. Can't suck up the poop. Cool. Now, I need to create a... Yeah, it's kind of awkward because I need a sprite for the biomass when it's no longer a rat. It's not that awkward, but it is awkward. I guess I can just do a red one of these. For now. Now, I could just do a white one of these and then just recolor it based on the type of object it is, which is probably what we'll do. But I can't be arsed doing that right now, even though it would be arguably much more effective. Ugh. Yeah. You know what? I can be asked doing it now. I bet there's some cool functionality I could do for this. Anyway. Ew. There we go, we have our seaman sprite. This is resource dropped.png. Cool. Then we want to create a new... Who are we impregnating? I don't know. The person in the casket, I guess. There's no one else around. The vacuum. The rat. The machine. Right. So we need a new game object called resource. And that needs to be a resource object. Yeah, that's fine. And it needs a sprite renderer. And it needs a collider. I need to run my little script on this guy. I think I should alpha the resource a bit. Yeah, probably should. For now, though, whatever. There we go. Oh, sleeper guy! You were supposed to be watching the keepers. What you doing? Now you've made a mess. It also needs a collider. And it needs a rigid body. And its sorting layer should be floors. Sure. I really need to sort out my layers at some point. They're an absolute mess. But that's cool. Then, resource object actually needs... Does it? It's awkward because of the goddamn rat. But, you know how we do... this. We want to steal this for the object. Oh. We probably want to resize it based on the amount as well. But we'll worry about that in a bit. That should be fine. The rat is going to screw this. Maybe it won't actually. Maybe the rat won't screw this. Yeah. If sprite renderer equals null, don't do anything. That solves the rat issue. I know I didn't explain the rat issue, but trust me, that solves it. Cool. So then, At the point where we poop, we can just create a resource object. And then we can say poop resource. I should make a factory really, but for now this should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. And that's cool. That should work. Should. And if it does, then we're Gucci and we can start firing out resources. Oh, I didn't set up the prefab. There we go. Moment of truth. It's the moment of truth. Do 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 do. As we shit our pants. Why are you not brown? You are poop. Okay. That's fine. The circle of poop. There we go. Now it should work. And then we can start firing out resources. Nice. I alphaed it too much, but nice. 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 This'll work as a toilet. It might not be the best toilet in the world, but it does technically work as one. Ugh. Cool. Let's bring this as alpha back up. Let's make it like 9.5. And now we can start firing out resources, which will be cool. It might be overpowered. It might be massively overpowered. Cool. So now we can finally, in here, I guess it's, is it the sucker that cares? um, let's override toggle mode. We just want to say this dot is blowing equals not is blowing. And the sucker if this is blowing, we're not sucking stuff up. And then time per blow, time per ejection equals 0.5. Time to next ejection equals 0. If is blowing, if you're not blowing, don't do anything. But if you are blowing, then reduce the time to next ejection if time to next ejection is less than 0. This time to next ejection equals this time per ejection. If it's greater than 0, do nothing. Got to invert those ifs. Very important. Then if this dot storage dot current amount is 0, return. If we've got nothing to blow, just return. Then amount taken amount equals this storage dot remove amount 1 this storage type. Okay, so we're taking some stuff out of storage. And then we want to spawned resource equals instantiate resource object resource prefab this dot nozzle transform position this nozzle transform rotation. I should spawn it. Spawned resource initialize would be taken amount this storage resource type. That should be all we need to do. So then we just need that. This guy needs access to the prefab. And this needs to say if this sucker is not turned on, return. Cool. Let's see if that works. It's going to be a bit awkward because it's still going to be sucking, but it should at least expel the stuff. Then we just need to make the sucker blow instead of sucking, which should be easy. And then we live in the dream. Apart from the particle effect. Ugh. But we can do that. Well, I mean, it didn't really work. It should have worked. You, what's your deal? Why is your resource type none? Why is your resource type none? Because we've already taken it all. Okay. Mm-hmm. While we're at it, Where are you, vacuum? Equipment. Sucker. Stop changing my line endings. If is blowing, direction times equals -1. And then it's just the blow effect we need, I think. Oh, right. Well, it deposits the poop. It deposits it in the wrong place, but it does deposit it. It deposits rats. So it is kind of working. The blowing isn't, but that's okay. I know why it's not. It's not working because of that. I can arguably get rid of this and just use the suckers one, which we will do. See here, we're placing it at the nozzle collider. We maybe want to place it... I don't know, I feel like the nozzle collider is correct. The nozzle collider's this guy. Which implies it's not actually getting placed there. Which is a little annoying. I'll be right back and then we'll solve it. I am back with a vengeance. I have a drink. And I've forgotten what we were going to solve. Oh, the expulsion point. If I was an expulsion point, and I was saying, create a resource at the nozzle collider, I don't know. I just feel like that should work. Sucking might have been breaking it. Now this should blow. It does. Good. But they come out of the back. Why do they come out of the back? Regardless of them coming out the back, this is pretty cool. I mean, arguably them coming out of the back would be okay if I'd intended it that way. But I didn't, so it's not. I know why. There we go. I was using the game object's position, and the game object's position, surprise, surprise, is actually us. Whereas the bounds of the collider is where I want it to be. Cool. Kool-Aid. On Kool-Aid ton Pool-Aid. This time, we might be in for a pleasant surprise. Let's build up some poop. I don't know why I've got the circle of life stuck in my head today. I want to build up max poop. Maximum poop, dude. Nice. The rats are going to get out of control. Hang on. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. This is madness. Madness. This is poop. Okay, cool. Moment of truth. I mean, we can increase the force if we want. But do we want? You know, it's actually more optimal to move this around by using poop to push it, because of the cumulative force effect. You'd actually be able to move it faster by pushing poop against it and having the poop push it, as opposed to dragging it yourself. But I guess you'd have less control. Hmm? Hmm? Nice. All in all, this is working okay. And we can have a little robot that drives around looking for resources to pick up. And when it finds them, it sucks them up. And when it's full, it goes and deposits it. That'd be pretty cool. It just roams the tracks looking for shit to pick up. Could be quite good. Put it on blow. Nice. I guess next up is being able to put these in global storage, right? Good old global storage. Sweet, sweet global storage. I'm quite happy with this. It's quite fun sucking stuff up and then blowing it away. I think we should maybe increase the velocity of it getting blown away, but for now it's fine. Now we kind of have a poop gun. Kind of. Awesome. I guess I have to do the particle effect. But I don't want to do the particle effect. At least I didn't make it a separate thing, so I can just clone it and call it the blow effect. Just flip it. It doesn't work that way, sadly. Sadly, it wouldn't work. But I think we can just change the speed. And change the shape. And then we live in the dream. And change the size over lifetime. And move it up a bit. And profit. And then sucker needs the blow effect. No, get component in children. We'll just manually register them. If this is blowing, this blow effect play, else suck effect play. Same thing. I'm going to make a function toggle blowing. No, no. Yeah. Have you tried turning it off and on again? If it's not blowing, we can just change its status. No, if it's not turned on, we can just change its status. If it is turned on, we need to turn it off, change its status, and then turn it back on. It's going to be the easiest way. Cool. Let's see if that works. Oh, no, actually it won't work. Then vacuum. Can you always use this dot sucker is blowing? This sucker toggle blowing. Cool. Now I just need to remember to hook up the blow effect to the sucker, and we should be good. I know I say that all the time, and I'm regularly wrong. But, you know, whatever. Cool. All things considered, not bad. Nice. It's a trap. I'm already redefining the meta for my game. This is how you kill rats. Works quite well, actually. Nice. So now we need to do the depositing, which means we probably need to make, and this is going to be a pain in the ass, but it's going to be quite good. In the same way that we have these for sleeper caskets, we need a similar thing for these, but I want it to look more integrated into the ship. I want it to actually look like it's built into the ship, whereas the sleeper sockets are more, I don't know, they look like they might be not. And then we can start filling up global storage with our resources. And that will be pretty cool. I don't really want to design a sprite, though. But I don't want to design a sprite. You know that little randomness I put on the doors? I quite like it, you know. It gives them character. The little hamburger effect that the doors have. It's really grown on me over time. I wonder. Do you reckon that gives us enough strength to open a door? Yeah, let's just open it further. That's pretty cool. Anyway, let's commit what we've got. Made resources more generic and added the vacuum being able to eject them. We've actually done way more than that, but that's fine. Right. I don't want to make a sprite. I mean, this needs its graphics improving. It looks a bit, dare I say it, lame. But that's okay. Hmm. 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 I really don't want to make a sprite. Is there anything else I can do? I guess I could make the collection point. I don't arguably need the dock to make the collection point. And the collection point will just be as simple as it's basically the sucker, right? But without the sucking. Basically the nozzle of the sucker. If you think about it. This is basically a portable version of this. Except this is hooked up to global storage. So this just needs a nozzle, really. A nozzle that doesn't suck. You put stuff into it. I guess it could suck. You could put stuff in the area and then you could pull a lever and it could suck. That'd work quite well. Like you deposit all your resources in an area and then you pull a lever and it sucks them all in. Then it really would just be a giant vacuum. That could work quite nicely. Plus you'd get that nice tactile feeling of actually pulling the lever and seeing it all get sucked in, which I think would be quite satisfying. I think we'll do that. So it'll basically be a giant nozzle. Let's make a giant nozzle. Ugh, there's our cum stain. Um, hmm. This doesn't need to be too big or too wide. It can be like 64 wide and 64 big. Right, let's make our nozzle. Again, it's not going to be impressive initially. If I was a nozzle, what would I look like? I don't know. So I'm going to look like this. It doesn't really matter because we're going to remake it. Basically, it's going to be a giant funnel, right? It's so annoying. In Unity, to move stuff around, you right-click and drag. In this, to move stuff around, you hold space and click. So I always mix them up. And then that will have a tube that will go off somewhere. But for now, we don't need to worry about the tube. What colour will it be? No prizes for guessing this one. And then shading can make it look better in the future. There we go. We have our nozzle. Does it look shit? Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. Um. Cool. I'm actually thinking about killing a bunch of this stuff. I don't think we need it right now. Like, do we really need the maintenance bot hanging around? Not really, and he is prefabbed. As long as I make sure I apply all the overrides. Sorry, maintenance bot. You're dead. Track, what overrides do you have? None. Sorry, Tracks. You're out of here. Do I really need 4 sleeper sockets? Do I really need any sleeper sockets? Not really, but I like having them around. I don't like that they've all got overrides. It makes me incredibly suspicious. Sorry, sockets. You're done. Do I really need a rat running around? He's kind of irritating every time. Every single time I load it, I have to kill all the rats. Sorry, rat. You're done. I'll keep the rat factory. That's my compromise. I'll keep the lever. I'm going to use that. Do I really need 2 doors? Not really, but I'll keep one of them. It's quite good for the playground effect, which the rats are useful for as well. Like when we introduce new mechanics, seeing how they interact. So I'll keep 1 door. I don't think I need more door. And everything else is Gucci. But I am going to move the metal pipe over to a corner because it pisses me off. I always bump into it. And the vacuum, well, I guess we do use the vacuum a lot, but let's move it into its own dedicated area. Nobody puts cock and balls in the corner. Hey, I'll have you know, at the moment it's just cock. It only has the balls when we're grasping the shaft, as it were. I think I should prefab sucker. And then I think we could just use it. I think we could just reuse sucker. Elsewhere. But I don't know where I'd put it. It doesn't really belong in equipment. I guess I could create a new folder. It's not an interaction, not really. Well, maybe it is an interaction, kind of. No, it's not. It's not resource specific. I'm going to create a new folder for it. Called... what? Oh. What is it? It's a physics effect. Sure, physics effects. I'm not going to overthink it. Sucker. Cool. Which means I should move sucker script over there. And the suck particle. Which I'm a little worried about breaking things. But let's not worry about that too hard. Hopefully Unity's clever enough to update all the references. You better be Unity. It is. Good. Nice. So now we have a sucker that we can kick around. And we should be able to scale it, I think, for the large one. So let's create the large one. This is a... I mean, it is a sucker, but it's not really a sucker. It's a large nozzle is what it is. And you have a sucker. But your sucker is big. And I don't know how that's going to work with the particle effects. I guess the answer is it's not. That's annoying. I was hoping it'd scale the particle effects. What? Oh. I was really hoping it'd scale the particle effects. I'm actually quite hurt that it doesn't. Why do I have to manually do it? The whole point of children is that they inherit the scale of their parent. Why do I have to manually do it for particle effects? What kind of botch job hack land are we living in? Oh well. Where did I put that sprite? Did I put it in resources? Did I put it in storage? Yeah. Well, I'll be honest, it's not quite as big as I was hoping. But that's because I haven't done this. That's better. It is kind of bizarre that you're not in the middle. I don't understand. That guy's at 0, 0. Which implies that 0, 0 is there. So why the F is he so far away? Because of the prefab! You know, The suck effect looks worse than the blow effect. Whatever. Right. Yeah, I feel like that's not really done what it should have, but whatever. It's good enough. I doubt this thing's ever gonna blow, but we might find a use for it. Its collider is so far away. Sucker, why is your collider so far away from 0, 0? Is it my fault? It sure is, Callum. You created me this way. Yeah, I know. I should probably, instead of manually creating this polygon, I should probably just create a sprite for it. But whatever. Shh. I'm getting weird deja vu. Like I've done this before. And I don't mean doing it for the vacuum. I actually mean like proper deja vu. I hate that crap. Gets me paranoid. Something in the Matrix has changed, yeah. Yeah, I thought that'd break this. But that's okay, we just move the sucker down. He's got a hell of a range on him. Not like this. I don't even watch The Matrix anymore. All I see is blonde, brunette, redhead. It's a weird joke, sir, but it checks out. That should be fine. Now we've got the Uber nozzle. Now, it needs a collider, a box collider, which it will utilize for sending events to anyone who's subscribed to it, saying, hey, someone got sucked into me. Do you care? We'll tidy that up later. Cool. And then, arguably, if I make this nozzle code correct enough, I should be able to just slot it on the end of there and change the graphic. That's the end game here. So this and this are using the same code. Which they are doing for the sucking part, but we can probably do it for the other part as well. Added sucker as a prefab. Sure. No, in a lot of ways, I don't trust this. No, I do trust it. I moved it, right? Cool. Yes, then we want to make large nozzle. Or I guess just nozzle. Which is in storage. I might move it later. Not noddle, nozzle. Whether it's large or not shouldn't matter. And here, we're going to steal a bunch of code from vacuum. Sort of. We're going to steal this. Sort of. So we need the sucker, and I think that's all we need. I think that's all it has. And we're going to create an event. It's on sucked. Yeah. So now people can subscribe to the on sucked event of the nozzle. And if something gets sucked into the nozzle, this event will get triggered, telling them who it was that got sucked. Which means they can deal with it however they want. Nice and generic. Nice little standalone class. Well, it's not standalone. It needs a sucker, but you know. Ostensibly standalone. So then, where's resource storage? We can say for this guy, hey, by the way, god damn it. Why would you do this to me? We can say, hey, you've got a nozzle. Or you can have a nozzle. If you have a nozzle, if you don't have a nozzle, do nothing. But if you do have a nozzle, D. And this is where we steal some code out of vacuum. Yoink. And this is also where we should really rewrite a bunch of this shit. Because there's so much commonality here, it's unreal. Like, so much commonality. It's kind of crazy, actually, just how common they are. Although I guess they're doing exactly the same thing, so it's not that crazy that they've got commonality, really. Yeah, they're very similar in practically every way. But I can't be asked to rewrite them. Therefore, ergo, facto, I'm just going to steal this. Yoink. We'll rewrite them later. By that I mean I'll probably do it off stream. So when we've sucked, we get the resource object. If it's not a resource object, we do nothing. But if it is a resource object, we handle a resource encounter. And theoretically, that should be pretty cool. In a horrible sort of way. I really do think we can merge these two into one. But let's not worry about that. Okay, resource storage. You have just inherited a nozzle. Okay, nozzle. You are now a nozzle with a sucker. And resource storage. Now you've inherited a nozzle. He's going to suck guys through the wall, but I don't think there's any avoiding that, really. Be awkward. Be really awkward. Anyway. We need to give this guy a background. But for now, that's fine. Door! Get the hell out of here, man. You're just here for playing with. Cool. 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 If I do that. Yeah. And then, let's move this guy along a bit. Nice. I'll probably give the nozzle a real collider, as well as its box collider, its trigger. I'll give it a real one as well. Resource storage should really have a collider. For now, it can just be a capsule. In the future, though, we'll do better. But for now, it can just be a capsule. Who cares? And that is pretty neat. There's only one thing we're missing, and that is the ability to turn this on. Cool. That will be pretty sweet. Now we just hook this guy up to the lever which is already hooked up to a ton of other stuff, but that's fine. We just say, hey nozzle, do you want access to the lever? I know you do. And then we'll move the lever over there. Cool. Now, is that everything? Guess we're about to find out. Probably not. I've probably forgotten something. You know how it is. Yeah. Go figure. He doesn't have suck point. Ah, he doesn't have suck point. But you do have to ask yourself, does he need suck point? Hmm. Uh, uh, Maybe he doesn't even need suck point. I'd rather he didn't. Mm. Well, something's clearly wrong. It's working though. In a kind of not working sort of way. I've got it backwards. Which I'll be honest is a bit weird. I'm pretty sure I did it right, but maybe I didn't. I did. Okay. I guess what I don't get though is why the visual effect keeps turning itself off. Maybe that's due to those changes I made earlier that I never tested, which is always a dangerous game. Uh, 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 uh. I know, I'm pretty great. I know, I know. Let's build up some poop and then suck it all in. You know, this really negates the need for a toilet. You just take a dump here and then suck it in, right? Speaking of which, we haven't created a poop on command button, which we need to do. So you can press a button to take a dump. Why would you ever go to the toilet when you could just dump here? If you're an uncouth heathen. I know, but there's no... Game theory would suggest that you should just take a dump here. It's the optimal strategy. Hmm. 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 You could get sick or more rats could emerge. I know, but if you take a dump here, you can just instantly dispose of it. You know? God damn it. Every time I want to get the poop over here, I end up taking a dump. There we go. Mevib says, this is abominable. Well, is it though? You know, swax. You know, we were saying it can't really be called swax because we're not killing anything. It's not true anymore. Now we can kill rats. So now it is swax. Although I guess it's single player, walking and killing and taking a dump simulator. So it's swactads. Swack. Swackatads. How long did it take? How long did it take to code in crapping myself? Honestly, crapping yourself, we did in the first, I think it took us like 5 minutes. It was one of the first things we did in the stream. It took us like 5 or 10 minutes to get crapping yourself working. But then we've been doing all this stuff surrounding it. We've made the vacuum cleaner. Look, you can even beat up your own poop. Only 5 minutes. I've got to be shitting you. Yeah, I see what you did there. Look, we've got the vacuum cleaner. You'll like this, Mevib. If I can pick it up. Which, allegedly, I can't. Why can't I pick up the vacuum? Oh, there we go. You can suck up the poop. Get it in your poop storage. And then you can put it on blow. You can spray the poop. I don't know why I think you'd like that, but I think you would. I think you'd appreciate it. You wish it had more velocity? What, like... Yeah, that's still not that much. Oh, that's the wrong sucker. Vacuum. Your wish is my command! It's actually much better with more velocity. I'm inclined to agree. Hmm? Can't wait for the boss fight with Mr. Clean. Surely he'd be helping you out. We'll need to put some sort of barrier here so that it can't go behind the nozzle. Are you like a space janitor on laxatives? Look, the shitting yourself every 10 seconds is just for debug testing. It's just for testing purposes. You're not going to shit yourself every 10 seconds. Don't worry. Storage is starting to fill up. But no, you're not a space janitor. Well, in some ways you are a space janitor. But in the ways that count, I guess you are as well. You're supposed to be looking after these guys. You're supposed to be making sure they get all of their desired needs met. One of those needs will be them pooping, which will go out of here, and it'll go into one of these, and then when this fills up, you'll have real issues. So then you'll have to worry about managing poop. It is the shit siphon, yeah. It's pretty good. Oh right, pulling the lever ejects him. I'm really happy with how we got this set up. This went quite quickly, actually, getting this global storage set up. I mean, it's not fully done yet. Can you eject your little guy? Not from the... Not from the thing. This isn't the reclamation device. The reclamation device will be a separate thing. I guess it's a reclamation device. But the real reclamation device would involve... Oh, you mean that next? Yeah, maybe. Well, we need to actually turn this into a real storage room. Currently, it's only got one type, right? It needs to have a biomass storage. I mean, I guess this can be any storage. It depends which goes into it first. But we kind of want a larger container that has like two of these for now. One for poop and one for biomass. And when stuff gets sucked into the tube, it will put it in the correct storage. We need that. Then you'll be able to drop off any resource here that needs to go into storage. And that'll be fine. And then the reclamation device would also be hooked up to this area. But instead of it just being this tube, it would be like a series of gears or a series of crushing things. And it would also put stuff in. But instead of it being for already processed resources, which is basically what this is for, it would be for non-processed resources that need to be processed. Mevib said, can you eject your little guy? Do you mean the guy who's in here? Like, can you kick him out of his tube? No. But I am thinking about adding that at some point. If I dare. And then get them to work for you. Oh, can you shoot him out of the ship? Yeah, potentially. I am going to allow you to shoot stuff out of the ship, because that's how you'll be able to dispose of poop. Like, when this thing gets too full, you'll need to dispose of the poop, right? And the way you'll dispose of the poop will be... Well, there'll be various ways, but one of the ways of disposing of the poop, because this doesn't dispose of the poop. It's a temporary solution, right? It puts it in storage. But what happens when your storage is full? At that point, you've got real problems. Also, I need to turn this goddamn vacuum off, but it's too strong. Ugh. Hey, now it's almost strong enough to open the door. James says poop is reprocessed into fertilizer for the hydroponic garden. Yeah, eventually, maybe. I did consider that as maybe being an option. But initially, you won't have access to that. Initially, I want poop to be a burden. I want you to basically have no option with the poop apart from just storing it in these and just having them like laying about. But then you'll figure out uses for them as time goes on, kind of thing. I think that'd be pretty neat. But yeah, I think shooting them out of the ship will be an option for these poop containers. Just eject them into space. And if you can eject these into space, you better believe you can eject anything into space. Because that's how this game works. No arbitrary restrictions. Obviously, there'll be restrictions, but there won't be any arbitrary restrictions. Like, it's like how with the dragging, right? If something has a rigid body and a collider, you can drag it. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be poop. It could be this lever. It could be the sleeper casket. It could be the door. Anything. Anything that has a rigid body and a collider, you can drag it around. It's a similar kind of thing. Like anything that has a collider, you can hit. There's no rules saying you can't hit this, you can't hit that. So when we had the ability to eject these into space, you better believe you'll be able to eject anything into space, including yourself. Will there be hazards outside the ship that become an issue? Probably not. The main... Well... Aliens will become an issue. That is guaranteed. Going outside the ship, I'm not sure about. Spacewalks might be kind of cool. So maybe. It wouldn't be that hard. We could do it. So poop goes into containers that are ejected. Is there an infinite supply of poop containers? I think you'll have to buy them using another resource. I don't want crafting as in like full-on hardcore crafting, but I do think one of the resources will be space metal or whatever, and you'll be able to request a new container, basically. And then you'll get that by scavenging other things, you know? There won't be an infinite supply of poop containers because then you just put them in the reclamation device and get infinite stuff. But you could maybe... What you could do is you could take the container to an airlock. Then, similar to how... It's not letting me pick up this for some reason. Similar to how you can eject stuff from the vacuum, we could have it so that you can basically fill the airlock with poop. Like take it out of the container. And then just eject the poop if you want. And then you've still got the container. So we could do that. So you don't necessarily have to dispose of the container. You could just eject the poop itself. That could work. Also, I'm thinking that if two of these poops collide, they should combine into a mega poop. But I think it might get too crazy. You might end up with poops the size of a room, and then what do you do? Maybe poops the size of a room would be pretty cool. Mevib says, then I'd say you're in deep shit. That was a rare good joke from Mevib. That was a hella good joke. Tell you what, when the poop gets out of control, it really gets out of control. I was worried that the poop wasn't going to be annoying enough, but oh my god, it really is. Cool. I had a thought there. I can't remember what it was. Mevib's deep shit joke totally threw me off. Oh yeah, giant poop. I guess a giant poop, if you suck it up with the vacuum and it's too big, it could just shrink the poop. So you'd have to go up to the giant poop, suck up a little bit of it, take it away, dispose of it, rinse and repeat. That could work. I feel like a giant poop would really break the physics engine though. And this is where my fluid systems might come in handy. We could actually make poop be a liquid, a very viscous liquid that flows around. Then you could have rivers of poop. Rivers of poop. We could do that. But I don't want to use my physics stuff unless I my fluid stuff unless we absolutely have to, because it's quite computationally expensive. Like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but horrible. Yeah, exactly. If you stand still, it always blows those out to the right, which is kind of annoying. Might add some randomness to the direction it blows. Who'll win in the tug of war? That guy sucking, or that guy sucking? I guess the vacuum wins. That makes sense. I gave it more strength. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. As always, I think we've made good progress today. We started off doing something kind of jokey, making the poop, but it's translated into a lot of good new mechanics, actually. We've got the blowing, we've got the giant nozzle, we've got the mega storage. Yeah, I think we've done quite well today. I think we've done quite well. Yeah, catch you later, James. I need to go to bed as well. I've got work in the morning. Good old work. Ugh. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. It's so fun playing around with this, which is a good sign. It's a good sign that I find it fun to play around with. Once there's actually purpose to it all, I think it's going to be pretty good. But it's quite fun as just a playground. I was thinking about putting it on Steam as a demo. I thought that'd be quite fun. Then I realised how much of a pain in the arse that actually is, and I thought, nah. Anyway, I am going to call it a day there. Very happy with our progress. Let's do one final commit. Get a Kickstarter going. Look, I don't believe in Kickstarter. I rag on Kickstarter. Every single game that has Kickstarter backing, I inevitably make jokes about it. I would be sacrificing my integrity if I created a Kickstarter. Added mega nozzle for global storage of resources. Needs some cleaning up, but it's pretty good as is. Didn't the Pathfinder games get crowdfunded? Yeah, and I ragged on them for it, I'm pretty sure. To be fair, I don't mind crowdfunding. What I hate is when they put shit in the game that is related to the Kickstarter backers. Like, oh, if you pay this much, we'll make you a character in our game. Or, oh, we'll put you in blah blah blah. I hate that shit. I hate it so much. You know, in Pillars of Eternity 1, the Kickstarter backers got to be characters in the game, so you never knew who was an important NPC and who was just some fucking random Kickstarter backer. I mean, you did know eventually. They had statues too. I'm not sure about the statues in Pillars of Eternity, but I know there was NPCs, and at the start of the game I was talking to them all and I was like, oh, who's this? Oh, who's this? And they were just freaking Kickstarter backers and it was like, god damn it. Then you got the satisfaction of killing them all, but, you know, it was annoying. Rogue Trader did have the book, yeah, and it's like, ooh, what's this? Maybe it's some interesting lore. No, it's just the Kickstarter backers. I mean, the thing is, you could say like, oh, if you're a Kickstarter backer, you can be one of the sleepers in the game. People would be like, yeah, totally cool. You don't know why, but you just remembered that pile of rocks related to the Kickstarter for the Long Dark. The pile of rocks related to the Kickstarter. I loved the Long Dark. That was such a good game. You saying that just reminded me of the bear. The one I found and dogged on it. Yeah, that does sound like something I'd have done, but I honestly don't remember a pile of rocks. But I can totally imagine that if I found it, I would have been ragging on it for sure. Because I hate it when there's stuff in the game that is Kickstarter related. For your Kickstarter, you should let someone have their name in super tiny font that they can barely see on some poop. Well, yeah. I was gonna say, like, you could set it up like, oh, if you put If you donate $5, then you will be in the game. And people would assume that they were going to be like a sleeper or something like that. And then you just make the poop have names. No, not a 1 in 100 chance, man. It would be a 100% chance. That'd be pretty good. But realistically, ain't no one crowdfunding this game, man. This is just me, you know, having a bit of fun. Imagine starting a freaking crowdfunding. People would be like, when's it coming out? Like, F off. When's it coming out? Don't give me that shit. I couldn't be dealing with that. Although it would encourage me to actually, you know, finish the damn thing. But then it'd encourage me to rush the damn thing. Double-edged sword, innit? Double-edged sword. Anyway, it's a moot point. Yeah, exactly. Suddenly having clients. I can't be dealing with that. I've got a fucking job. This isn't supposed to be a job. It's me having a good time. Anyway, speaking of jobs, I do have to go to bed because I do have work in the morning. Today I didn't have work because it was a bank holiday. But tomorrow, back to the grind. Back to writing code I don't care about. What movie did I watch? I watched the good old classic, Lucky Number 11, which is a good movie that I like. It's got Josh Hartnett. He's pretty good in it. It's got Bruce Willis. He's pretty good in it. Yeah, it is a good one. I hadn't seen it in a while. And then I think a YouTube short came up. And I was like, oh yeah, that movie exists. And I thought, I'll watch it. So I did. But anyway, sweet dreams indeed. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night. Tomorrow, I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. We could finish off this. We probably should finish off this. But we might do something else. We'll see. Adios. Yeah, bye, Mr. Tools.